a lot more about adoptions here a little bit with Paul Hammack. But you see your lapel pin there, the Las Vegas, chairman of the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority. The new convention center seems to be taking shape. 1.4 million square feet, $1.5 billion, taking over the old spot where the Riviera was, fronting out onto Las Vegas Boulevard. This is something that really needs to happen, right, Commissioner?
We're really excited, and we really want to thank the governor and our legislators and many of our taxpayers who saw it necessary that we expand not only our brand but our footprint to be able to attract international shows from around the world that want to be in Las Vegas. But when they look at our convention space that we have, we're so very grateful to the Sands Expo, the Venetian, Palazzo, MGM, just all of the other Caesars Entertainment, all the other Wynn and their convention area. We're just so grateful for what we have, and we do have the bed space, but the capacity of being able to accommodate the bigger shows, the international shows, that really generates lots of revenue for our community and for our city. That's what we need, and that's what we're going after. We've celebrated 24 years as being the number one trade show destination, and the only way you stay number one is you got to continue to reinvent yourself. And so, thank you to the men and women of the LVCVA under the leadership of Rossi Rollencotter and our board of trustees. And we're really excited, and we are just excited about the groundbreaking in January of 2018, and we're looking forward to leaving the next generation something bigger, something better, and something more exciting than what we currently have.
If people maybe sometimes they don't realize that how big conventions are to our overall picture here. They see these enormous conventions that come to town, maybe clogging up some of their streets around Paradise or some of those other areas that you mentioned, Commissioner. But we are in the major leagues in the convention business with the Orlandos, the Chicagos, and New York Cities. But we do need to keep pushing it up to as you say, get even bigger and get even.
Oh yeah, I've been so extremely blessed, and there's been some critics out there who talk about the amount of traveling and things that we do in order to attract those visitors. But when I've had an opportunity to meet folks from Orlando or Chicago or other places, New York, they will not shy away from telling us, we're gunning for your spot, so you guys better continue to keep up at that pace, because they're building and they're expanding and they're growing. And we have a big target on our back. And Las Vegas is the only thing about some of those places around the country. I love New York, love Chicago, love Orlando, but it's nothing like Las Vegas. You can go to some of those places, and by 10 o'clock at night, it's a ghost town. Here in Vegas, it's around the clock. Most folks are just getting out of bed, taking a nap, ready for the nightlife. And so it's Las Vegas. Nobody does it like us here.
It seems to be not as much talk about the convention center. Most of the talk has been focused on
So it's just going and going and going, and before you know it, we'll have Major League Baseball, we'll have Major League Soccer, and of course the NBA will land right here in Las Vegas. Can't wait.
You said that here first. Commissioner, again, being in your chair as the chairman of the Las Vegas Convention Visitors Authority, you are also saying that maybe it's time to look at how some of those room tax funds are distributed. Maybe a larger portion should be going towards education.
Well, when you look at the room tax, we're doing pretty good, and we thank the visitors. We thank the locals who go out and do staycations. Every little bit helps. And when we look at our education system, everybody has to do a little bit more. We just have to push the envelope to do a little bit more. Thank you to our resort partners out there who, they make up a huge amount of our room tax budget. And we just thank them so very much. But here in Southern Nevada, we just have to do a better job at valuing education. Our kids deserve a better chance. We're so excited that we are now going to have a real medical school here. And so our students do not have to leave to go out of state. They can get it right here. We have a law school right here. So let's just do a better job at grooming our kids from pre-K all the way up through high school and give them something that they would be excited to stay right here in their very own state, opposed to taking those dollars out of state. But we have to make the pie a little bit sweeter. And so all of us have to step up to do a lot better as it relates to education.
Commissioner, as we tape, it's been almost a couple of months since the 1 October tragedy, and no way to diminish any of the lives lost or anything associated with that. But has that affected our tourist numbers or convention business at all?
You know, I think the country is affected by not only what happened here in Las Vegas, but you look at shortly thereafter, New York had an incident. There were other places in this country where we had a couple of incidents. And so I think right now we're all on high alert. It's a different world we live in today. And so did it affect us? Absolutely. It hit our numbers because people are kind of thinking, well, you know, I better think this thing twice and make sure that we have all things in place. But at the end of the day, as Americans, we're just some resilient folks. We don't live in fear. We just we do what we have to do, and we work hard, and we love to play hard. We love to enjoy the fruits of our labor, and so I think that we've seen numbers here in Clark County that have been through the roof. We may have taken a little dip shortly thereafter because I think people wanted to give Las Vegas time to get it back, to get ourselves back together. And we thank folks for that. But now we're ready for them to all come on back. And they've been coming. You know, I was just in the airport and packed house. So that's a good thing.
Obviously, we've also gone through a marathon where tens of thousands of people were on the street, and our biggest day of the year is upon us with at least 300,000 people for New Year's Eve. What do you say to somebody that is considering Clark County?
Let me begin thanking all those who participated in the Rock and Roll Marathon. I had an opportunity to be a part of the kickoff and ribbon cutting of that event, and it was a very passionate marathon where people from around the world were here pouring out their hearts of just, we're here for you. I'm not canceling, I'm running. I came here just to show you how much we love Las Vegas. And so we're very grateful. New Year's Eve, we hear people are making reservations. We hear rooms and hotels are selling out. That tells you that folks love Las Vegas and that they've wrapped their arms around us, not just in America, but around the world, and have said, you know what, Las Vegas, you've been good to us over the years, and this is our way to show you how much we thank you.
All right. We must take a quick break, but when we come back, we'll continue in your neighborhood. Stay tuned.
Thank you for calling the Jury Services Office.
You haven't really lived until you've had a hand in justice. Serve on a jury. Be sure to respond if you get a jury summons and play a role to ensure that justice is fairly served.
Oh, don't take Charleston. Don't take Charleston.
If you have a fortune teller, you know when flash floods are coming. If you don't, you need the Flood Spot app. Get it free today at BeFloodSafe.com.
And don't have the chili dog for lunch. Trust me with this.
District D is home to the Clark County Government Center, the hub of all county activities for residents and employees. The Board of County Commissioners holds twice monthly meetings in the chambers, and local artists show their works in the Rotunda Gallery. The magnificent amphitheater hosts dozens of outdoor events, including the popular annual Jazz in the Park series. The Clark County Government Center is located at 500 South Grand Central Parkway in downtown Las Vegas and District D. And speaking of District D, we're talking with your Commissioner, Lawrence Weekly, and we also have a special guest, the Acting Director of the Department of Family Services, Paula Hammock. Paula, welcome.
Hi, thank you for having me. I appreciate it. Thank you, Commissioner.
Hello,
for having me
Paula.
joining.
Paula, let's face it, you folks here are in the people business, but one statistic that really jumped out at me is that only 1/3 of the foster parents you need to get all these kids proper homes is what's taking place right now.
Right. Right now we have currently about 3,300 kids in care, and most of them are placed within homes, but we have need for more homes. We have about 1/3 of the homes we would like to have, so that when kids come into care, that we have choice for them, and so that it's not just we're looking for one home to fit all of our kids. We're looking for a multitude of homes that can fit all of the characteristics of the kids that come in with.
And as we tape this show towards just after Thanksgiving, give me some more numbers, some of the success stories. How many adoptions have you finalized this year, and how is this compared to other years?
Man, I'm really happy to say that we have 482 adoptions finalized by the end of this month. So that gives me another month to get that number higher. So I'll just say that with a caveat. Our final year number from last year was 513. So we're right where we should be. I anticipate anywhere for the year within DFS, we're hovering around 500 to 600 finalized adoptions.
Of course, obviously, you'd like to be out of business. You would like to reunite all these kids with their original families, right?
Absolutely. I mean, we know that the kids do better within their own family unit, whether that's with their own family, their biological parents, or within their relative homes. And so we would always encourage the reunification of families. And that's our primary goal here at DFS, is really reunification. And when that can't happen, then we have to look at other avenues for these kids, and we provide adoptive services.
There seems to be a misconception that fostering and adoption are not the same thing. Just if you would, just talk a little bit about both of those categories.
Sure. So fostering is really where we strive for our kids that have to have a removal in their because of the circumstances, that there's homes available that are opening their hearts and homes to these kids to really kind of care for them while their families are working on a transition to improve their behavior, so that they can re-engage and take back that parental role for their kids. And that's really what fostering is. We are not an adoption agency. We provide an adoption service. So when families can't reunify because of the circumstances where the parents aren't able to kind of course correct their own behavior, then we have to look for permanency for kids, because kids need permanency, and it should be timely. And so then we have to go what we call the adoption route, and those kids, we look for adoptive homes. Many of them are already in place that within those family foster homes that we have them with, they'll consider adopting those kids if that should happen to be a circumstance that comes play in the case.
Who is an ideal person, or what's an ideal family that should be considering adopting?
Families that are open to opening their hearts and homes to our kids, and willing to work with us in collaboration with the biological parents. I mean, anybody can become a foster parent. The requirements are that you have to be 21 years of age, you have to show some financial stability, and you have to also pass a pretty extensive background history, because we want to make sure the homes are safe, obviously. It doesn't matter if you're single, if you're married, if you're a domestic partnership, if you're involved in the LGBTQ community. It doesn't matter. Some of those are myths that we hear that you can't do it. That's not the case. We have kids that need good, positive homes that are willing to work with the department and oftentimes the birth parents to support them in their efforts, and so that kids can reunite safely.
We've just gone through November, which was National Adoption Awareness Month, but again, in your business, every month is Adoption Awareness Month, really, isn't it?
Yeah, well, every day is looking for permanency for kids, and so whether that's through adoption or for reunification, every month is trying to get kids to a safe environment and solidifying that this is where they are forever.
We also had some great community partners. You're doing some different things, community outreach, or you're treating some of the kids to Sequest. In the past, you've had them out at Wet and Wild and excursions like that. How is it important for the community and businesses, organizations to help and assist in any way that they can?
Well, look, these are our kids in our community. I was born and raised here in Las Vegas, and so this is not just something that comes at a heartstring. It's something that's really important to us as a community. We own these kids. We have to make sure that they get what they deserve, despite the circumstances that they may have come from. And so the community is our lifeline to make sure these kids get what they need. And so the partnerships that we have with like Sequest or Wet and Wild is same opportunities that any other kid would have in a regular family.
And Paul, you did mention this already once. You say adoption is a service we offer, but you're not adoption agency. Could you just expand on that a little bit more?
Our primary goal within the Department of Family Services is to reunify families. And so, in June is Reunification Month. We had over 1,100 families reunified. So 1,100 kids got to go back to their original homes and have stayed there. And that's a positive outcome because that child still gets permanency. And so when I say we're not an adoption agency, I don't bring kids in for the whole goal of terminating a person's rights. I'm there to really reunify that family. And if it's great and we're doing real well in it, but at the determination, we can do that through the court system, and then we would provide the service to make sure the family gets that child is adopted to a permanent home.
There's terrific information on your website, but if someone's watching this or someone is thinking about this, it's going to be a good fit for them and their family.
Sure. So if somebody's really interested in becoming a foster parent, and I hope there's a lot of people out there interested, I really do, because we need you, I would recommend that they get a hold of our recruiting office, and that number is 702-455-0181, and they will walk you through that process of what's needed to get you started. And initially is the background checks, making sure you meet the requirements that I laid out earlier, and then it's classes. Going to classes and being educated on what does it mean to be a foster parent. And if people are just interested in solely adopting, we can hook you up to our adoption group, and that number is 702-455-0800, and that group will talk to you about what would it need to look to adopt the kids that are currently legally free within our department. We have roughly about 100 kids legally free that are needing an adoptive placement.
Just another number that really jumped out at me is I see that 38% of the kids that are available for adoption are part of siblings. They have siblings also. How important is it to keep siblings together?
It's extremely important. Can you imagine being in a part of a home, you have 6 siblings or what have you, and you get parted out and 3 are with you and 3 are not? So we need homes that are able to take sibling groups, whether they're teens or infants or children that have medically fragile that are still a part of a larger sibling group. We need people that are willing to keep that bond, because that's critical for kids.
And one last thing is CASA, the Court-Appointed Special Advocates, which we've met many of those special people over the years who provide an amazing service for kids that really need help. Give a little sales pitch for the CASA program. Man,
I'm going to tell you, if you're interested in just dabbing dabbing a little bit in the child welfare, CASA is the best place to start, because you get a little bit broader perspective of how the court works. Hey, I'm all in, and being a foster parent, CASA is a great place for people to kind of understand the system, starting to understand the system as it's rolling, and then really understanding how to advocate for these kids.
Well, and now with the holiday season, let's get all these kids adopted, right?
Yeah, let's get the ones adopted that don't have placements identified yet. Absolutely.
All right. Well, thank you so much for spending time with us, Paula.
Thank you. I appreciate your time.
All right. We must take a quick break. We'll continue in your neighborhood with District D Commissioner Lawrence Weekly. Stay tuned.
Do you know? And they're the new signal for turning left at intersections. But you must first yield to oncoming traffic and pedestrians. Then turn with caution. Keep in mind oncoming traffic has a green light. A solid green arrow means turn left. Oncoming traffic must stop. A solid yellow arrow means that the left turn signal is about to change to red, and you should be prepared to stop or prepare to complete your left turn if you're within the intersection. And finally, a solid red arrow means stop. These left turn yellow flashing arrow signals are new, so remember, a yellow flashing arrow means turn with caution. For more information, log on to clarkcountynv.gov and search keyword flashing yellow arrows.
Center. Created after the 1 October tragedy, the Vegas Strong for anyone associated with the events surrounding the Route 91. Passionate professionals, the center offers financial. University Medical Center, the VSRC is expected to serve for 3 years, and we're talking District D issues with the man who represents you. Commissioner, this is a busy time of the year for you and your staff. I saw you out there with doing some turkeys like you always do annually at the.
We are really busy, but the fall is always a busy time in my office. Everything from a former offenders fair. We're hosting Will Covington, who is my assistant in my office, has coordinated a former offenders fair along with Hope for Prisoners. If you talk about second chances, Randy, we're talking about individuals who are trying to mainstream their lives back into society and to become productive citizens. And so we're having a huge employment and resource opportunity fair, which we're so excited about. Then, of course, we're gearing up for 3,300 Joys of Christmas. And this is where we have our annual Stuff-A-Bus, where we go out and to our different sponsors and we collect new children in care. So we're really excited about that, to be able to be, Rose Garden was just something we, as well as community resources, were able to step up with some funding to be able to put this development together, and we had the official groundbreaking. And so very grateful to, all the folks out there whom have shown their support. I have an amazing staff: Monique Perkins, Kelly Benavides, who runs the William Pearson Community Center now. We've just been doing some amazing, phenomenal things in the community, and we are just always humble and grateful. And then finally, of course, I just want to say, DFS. And of course, the county had an opportunity to purchase the historic Moulin Rouge site. And Lord knows, on my watch as a county commissioner, I would never want the county to do anything to disrespect this community, to go in and put something in a many sentimental, heartfelt. It obviously was not a good fit for us, and we bowed out gracefully to allow this place to hopefully and prayerfully become the place that the community would like for it to see. And so, thank you to all the folks in the community who used their voices. When people work together and use their voices, it gives a mighty punch. And so, thank you to Chairman Sisolak and the other county commissioners to say, you know what, we 100% agree. Yolanda King, take this off of our agenda, and it's not a discussion anymore. Move on. We'll find another piece of dirt to find a home for DFS.
Well, we'll keep following that next year, and thank you. Happy holidays to
Thank
you and
you,
your
man.
family and you and
Thank
your
you.
staff. Always great talking to you, Commissioner.
bless you.
Thank you. That wraps up this edition of In Your Neighborhood. Thanks to the Department of Family Service for hosting us, and to Commissioner Lawrence Weekly for taking time to tell us about the area he calls home and represents as your elected official, District D. If you have any questions about this show or ideas for upcoming segments in your neighborhood, call me. I'm at 702-455-6357, or send me an email. I'm at rsw@clarkcountynv.gov. Thanks for tuning in to Clark County Television. On behalf of our production staff, I'm Randy Swallow. We'll see you again next time in your neighborhood.
You're watching Clark County Television.
Straight ahead on UMC Digest, it was a trip to the Electric Daisy Carnival that turned into a trip to the UMC Trauma Center instead. We'll tell you about this survival story. Plus, another trauma survivor fell through the roof of a skylight while at work. He's back to work thanks to the specialists at UMC Trauma. And a hike at Red Rock turns deadly almost for a teacher. We'll show you her survivor's tale on the next UMC Digest, starting right now. Welcome to this edition of UMC Digest. I'm Danita Cohen, and we're very happy that you're with us. This is the UMC Trauma Center, the only Level 1 trauma center in Nevada and the only freestanding trauma center west of the Mississippi.
Maintain your humbleness, be proud and honored that the public would vote you in, and that they deserve the very best from you. And I hope I've given them that. That's been something that I feel like comes naturally to me, but I hope that people, that's what I would walk away, not for a year from now, and I will continue to work hard, but that's what I hope that people see, and that's what I hope the next person would be.
All right. Again, I certainly don't mean goodbye. We'll see you. And
Oh,
again, I know
not.
you've got your sleeves rolled up. We've got to get you out of
I'm
here and get you
ready.
back to work here again today. So
Yes.
thank you for spending time with us as always, Commissioner.
Thank you.
That wraps up this edition of In Your Neighborhood. Thanks to Commissioner Susan Brager for taking time to tell us about the area she calls home and represents as your elected official, District F. If you have any questions about this show or ideas for upcoming segments in your neighborhood, call me. I'm at 702-455-6357 or send an email to rsw@clarkcountynv.gov. Thanks for tuning in to Clark County Television. On behalf of our production staff, I'm Randy Swallow. We'll see you again next time in your neighborhood.
You're watching Clark County Television.
Straight ahead on UMC Digest, it was a trip to the Electric Daisy Carnival that turned into a trip to the UMC Trauma Center instead. We'll tell you about this survival story. Plus, another trauma survivor fell through the roof of a skylight while at work. He's back to work thanks to the specialists at UMC Trauma. And a hike at Red Rock turns deadly almost for a teacher. We'll show you her survivor's tale on the next UMC Digest, starting right now. Welcome to this edition of UMC Digest. I'm Danita Cohen, and we're very happy that you're with us. This is the UMC Trauma Center, the only Level 1 trauma center in Nevada and the only freestanding trauma center west of the Mississippi. Here we have world-class teams of expertly trained trauma surgeons and specialists standing by around the clock to treat and stabilize any life-threatening injury imaginable. You're about to meet several of our patients who have recently had their lives saved here at UMC. Their stories of recovery and perseverance are incredible, along with the life-saving heroes who come to their side during their greatest time of need. We'll start with Vishal Shah, a young man who was on his way to the Electric Daisy Carnival here in Las Vegas when his life changed in an instant. Vishal Shah was on his way to the Electric Daisy Carnival with friends, waiting in the seemingly never-ending line of cars to enter the Las Vegas Speedway. He had waited so long that he really had to go. So he got out of the car, but was instantly hit by a bus and tossed 160 feet, where he landed on another car.
The police officer called us and told him that we're going to bring him to UMC Trauma. I was delighted to hear that, being a physician.
Vishal was transported to the UMC Trauma Center, still talking, with broken bones and bruises, though his life-threatening injury lay deep inside him.
When I looked at the CT scan of his lungs, it reminded me of a patient who had sustained a significant blast injury to the chest. His lungs were injured from back to front, from top to bottom, and really represented injuries that you would even see in a wartime setting.
Over the next several days, Vishal's condition deteriorated almost to the point of no return.
He was just coding. And it was Dr. Shea was just bagging him, or just, and every time the oxygen would go up to 100, and the minute he would stop, it would just start dropping to 90, 80, 70, 40, and again, they kept doing this over and over again. And I looked at Dr. Shea and I said, what's going on here? What's going on with, what's happening here? And he said, oh, Mr. Shah, I'm trying to save your son's life. And I looked at him. It was like I said, it was strange. It was out of a scene out of a movie where I just looked at him and I said, you can't try. You have to save my son. He goes, I know, I know.
The UMC Trauma Center, the only Level 1 trauma center in Nevada with world-class technology and expertly skilled trauma surgeons, had an entire team constantly surrounding Vishal, with a whole other team, Vishal's large family, mostly physicians themselves, also at his side.
While we have families that are extremely demanding, and of course, like you say, no family ever wants to lose a loved one, they really challenged us to push ourselves and to extend what we otherwise would have thought were our limitations. And that was difficult for us, but we were prepared to step up to that challenge.
Together, it was decided that a technology never used before for adult trauma patients at UMC called ECMO would be Vishal's last hope.
ECMO is a technology that can be used to oxygenate the blood without utilizing the lungs. It's similar to what a cardiac surgeon would use during bypass surgery when they turn the heart off. It takes the blood out of the body, it oxygenates it through a circuit and puts it back into the body. It enables the lungs to rest and to heal.
We were called twice here to say goodbye to him, and it was just heart-wrenching, just absolutely heart-wrenching.
Stanford University specializes in ECMO treatment for adults, and the decision was made to transfer Vishal to California, but it wasn't easy.
It took him 3.5 hours just to disconnect him from everything he was hooked up to here, to all the machines that he would be connected to. And some of the nurses, you know, we had Tim, we had Tracy, and we had Devin, who was just amazing. And that night, Devin said, no, we're just going to lift this kid up, and we're just going to go straight up.
Vishal continued his recovery at Stanford, eventually off of ECMO and released from the hospital. On the 1-year anniversary of his accident, he walked back into UMC to say thank you.
Well, I'd like to say thank you for everything you guys did. So it worked, so everything's good, so it's all good.
I'm glad of that. Yeah, you really
I know it was bad. I heard it was bad, but you know.
Vishal and his family just happened to pick a day when the trauma team was having their monthly department meeting.
I see Dr. Wara there. She deserves a real big hug.
Yes.
Well, at Stanford and made it out here.
How are you?
Okay, how are you? Oh, God.
Thank you.
And then Vishal headed back into the trauma ICU to thank the team he had never talked to before until now.
Oh my gosh.
Took us 9 months.
How are you?
Hi.
Oh.
How are you?
I'm good. How
What's your name?
I'm Tracy.
Tracy, I'm
I
Vishal.
Took care of you. Tracy took care of you.
Oh my God.
I'm good. Thank you so much for everything. And I wouldn't be here without him, so it's very nice to see everybody who helped me, because I never met them before.
And he left with a souvenir from his visit.
This is awesome. There you go.
Did you say the other one?
So he never considers getting out of the car on the side of the road again. Vishal's recovery made a lasting impression on the UMC trauma team.
I had a deep feeling in my chest when I saw him. It was nice.
I had heard that he was upstairs, and already started flooding. And then I saw him standing out in the hallway before he even came in the unit, and just, I can't believe it. If you would have asked me, and it's been just a year since this happened, if you would have asked if I would ever see that kid again.
And the trauma surgeons who held Vishal's life in their every decision, usually unshakable, were emotionally moved by Vishal's survival and visit.
It was humbling to have the experience to take someone in their most vulnerable moment, and to not anticipate their survival, and to see them walking and talking and leading a productive life, and having dreams that they're going to pursue, and to know that you were a part of that, and we were a small part of it with a big team of people that took care of him, was just the most incredible honor.
An honor filled with a valuable lesson.
Oftentimes, as members of a trauma team, we take care of people at their most vulnerable moment, and we are often a patient's only chance at survival. And what this case taught me is that that's a big responsibility, and that under that charge, we need to utilize every effort possible to help and to save these patients, to give them another chance at life.
The administration here, from everyone, allowed us to use the machine and take the staff to get them on the plane. All these things they don't have to do. We're just very thankful to a lot of people, especially these individuals who, without them, my son would not be alive. And I've worked at lots of places, and I know that this facility is just exceptional. The doctors, the staff, the team, the unsung heroes, they just did a great job here. And I'm so happy he came here. My son would not be alive if he had gone anywhere else.
When we come back, we'll introduce you to a man who fell 30 feet from a skylight and lived to tell about it. That's next.
Because of UMC, I'm putting my free time to good use.
Because of UMC, she keeps me on my toes.
Because of UMC and this guy, I'm here.
UMC, the highest level of care in Nevada.
Welcome back to UMC Digest. Oftentimes here at the UMC Trauma Center, patients are transported to us after a daring journey goes terribly wrong. But in this next case, it was a very typical day on the job that almost ended Sean Venable's life. In his work as an electrician and lineman, Sean has climbed hundreds of telephone poles and been atop even more roofs. But on this particular day last November, he did something he has never done before, on a job he was very used to doing, and the one thing he has always trained his apprentices not to do. His boss got the first call from the apprentice who watched it all happen.
I got a call at about 9:30 from one of our apprentices, a new hire, and in a panicked voice he says, "Sean fell off the roof." And so a million thoughts go through your mind in a very short period of time. And I thought, there's no way Sean could fall off the roof. I've been on that roof. It's got what's called a parapet wall all the way around. You'd have to throw yourself off the roof to fall off the roof.
I was pulling the wire and walking backwards, and then I tripped over the edge of the light and fell through the light.
It was a skylight he fell onto and then through, landing 30 feet below, face first, onto a concrete floor.
I'm thinking I'm going to have to make the worst phone call of my life. You know, there was Sean's tools were on the floor, his hard hat was on the floor, there was blood on the floor. You know, from leaving the site where the accident took place to getting to UMC, I had a lot of thoughts going through my head about, you know, is there going to be something to get there for? And thankfully there was.
By then, Sean was in the care of Chief of Staff Dr. Dale Carrison and Vice Chief of Trauma Dr. Douglas Fraser.
He had obvious facial trauma, swollen eyes and some blood from his mouth and nose, and then he came into the trauma bay, and within a few minutes there he literally, I remember him raising his arm up just like he was laying there, and then he was kind of like frozen, and I said he's having a seizure. And at that moment, Dr. Carrison, our Chief of Staff, stepped up. He was on the emergency room call that day with me, and we went right to try to intubate him. And he ended up, at that point, his heart rate started bradying down, and his oxygen levels was dropping, and Dr. Kerrison trying to hold his C-spine, protect him. He couldn't see anything. It was full of blood as expected. His face was broken, so his jaw was moving around, and we just could not intubate him. And at that point, his heart stopped. Yeah, his heart stopped, and he was technically dead at that moment. He had no respirations. And
Dr. Fraser's years of training taught him exactly what to do in that split second. An emergency tracheotomy, one quick incision to breathe new life into Sean.
So, I mean, I attribute his success for just, our Level 1 Trauma Center and the readiness for whatever comes through those doors at whatever time.
Sean spent 26 days at UMC and several more in rehab.
The thing I remember first is when somebody told me what had happened, I immediately said, why am I still here? Because I shouldn't have survived.
He survived because in that final instant, he had the right people standing over him, expertly trained to fight what could have been the end.
The staff was very, very good. They were good at explaining everything. They spent a lot of time with Teresa, his wife, explaining to her what was going on and why. I remember being there a couple times when the doctors and the nurses would make their rounds to each room, and they talked about everything. They communicated about everything. It was open and transparent as it could be.
Now, several months after the accident, Sean looks at that very skylight he fell through, knowing that piece of glass changed his outlook on life and appreciation for those he loves.
Especially my wife, because I put her through this, and anyway, sorry. She's been incredible. So was my son. He took time off work. I just think I'm lucky to be alive.
That's what it's all about. So, I mean, to have somebody that's, at work and, has an unfortunate slip and fall or whatever happens and, literally dies on you, and to see them back at work and with their family, and that's really what it's all about in trauma.
Sean was just one of our trauma survivors who joined us at this year's Trauma Survivors Celebration. We'll take you to that event a little bit later in the show. UMC Digest continues on the other side of this break.
Because of UMC, there's a wide open road ahead of me.
Because of UMC, she can grow up with her twin sister.
Because of UMC, I'm here to help you.
UMC, the highest level of care in Nevada.
Welcome back to UMC Digest. We're here at the UMC Trauma Center, where we have a 96% survival rate, even for those patients who come through these doors with less than a 1% chance to live. That's because of our expertly trained trauma team of surgeons and nurses and a cadre of specialists who are on call at a moment's notice to respond to the bedside of a patient with a life-threatening injury. Our next story takes us to Red Rock Canyon, a day that almost turned deadly for Candace Kawatsu. Candace Kawatsu is back hiking the hills of Red Rock, but this time wearing a helmet, because her hobby nearly ended her life last spring.
It's called scrambling, and you don't use any equipment, and you use your hands a lot. Sometimes you have to be down on all fours, and then you have to pull yourself up. Like you might be climbing up, and then you use your hands for balance along rocks.
So pretty dangerous hike.
Yes, and then you wear shoes that have sticky bottoms.
I wasn't interested in doing such a difficult hike. Later that night, I was actually getting frustrated with her because she wasn't answering her cell phone. I had no idea what had happened.
Candace had decided to hike with a meet-up group instead, just acquaintances at the time who ended up saving her life.
I hit my head really hard on rock above my head, and then it made me lose my balance, and then I went backwards. And then I went boom, boom, boom. I hit 3 spots. The longest one was 20 feet, and I landed on my head like I was standing on my head.
We heard a loud scream, call 911, and we all kind of looked at each other, and I knew that we couldn't get back down through the slot that we came up from, so I had to look for another spot to find my way back down. When I got to her, I thought she was dead. She was purple and not breathing, and Saeed was going crazy, and I was trying to calm him down and make sure that he was okay too. But so the first thing that I did was I just started scooping blood out from her mouth and the back of her throat, and I was holding her tongue forward, and eventually she took a breath.
Angela just happened to be a nurse and knew what to do until paramedics were able to get to them. It was a daring rescue with barely even enough room for the helicopter to land, so EMS could help save her life. Candace was transported to UMC.
She had multiple injuries, including skull fracture, a significant head bleed called an epidural hematoma. She had a neck fracture, she had a wrist fracture, a elbow fracture. She also had a ankle fracture. The worst injury that she had was actually the epidural hematoma. When the brain bleeds like that, it has nowhere to go because the skull is blocking any sort of movement of that blood, and so the blood pushes on the brain and actually causes it to herniate.
So emergency surgery had to be done to remove that part of her skull and make room for that expansion.
I remember the first time I took care of Candace. I was very happy to meet a very close friend of hers, and they told me all about her, that she was a teacher and she was moving to Vegas. She was out hiking with friends, and it was a beautiful day, and she all of a sudden tripped and fell, and now she was in my hands, and I was taking care of her, and she had a severe head injury.
Candace was at UMC for 35 days.
She was driven before the accident. Yeah, it's hard to put the brakes on her, and I saw that helped her recovery immensely.
Not only does she have the cognitive behavioral type therapy coming back from a big injury like this, a head injury like this, she has the physical aspects where she was, because of the brain injury, she was in bed for a long time. So you have a lot of atrophy of a lot of your muscles, and now you have to do the physical therapy on top of that. So it's a long road.
A long road that Candace has been able to conquer thanks to good friends and expert medical care.
Angela, who's right here on the hike, she's a nurse. So she was the first one to save my life. Then the next people were the ones in the ambulance, the helicopter. Then the UMC.
And then one day she walked through the door, and I was just amazed to see the full recovery she had made. And nothing was better than to see that she was back doing all the things she loved again and was herself again. And that was the greatest pleasure a nurse could ever receive after taking care of people who are so ill.
And have had to learn life's most precious lesson the hard way.
Well, I try to live life like there's no tomorrow, and I like to do things because you never know what'll happen. And then I'm just very thankful that I'm even alive and I can walk.
And to have them come back and appreciate what we do every day. And we always wonder if we've made a little difference in somebody's life. And when they tell you you have, there's no better feeling.
When we come back, we'll take you to Caesars Palace and this year's UMC's Trauma Survivors Celebration.
You never know when you can't really see whoops, coming. And sometimes you just can't avoid the old life is full of surprises. So when life pulls up, get to UMC Quick Care. For life's bumps and breaks, sneezes and wheezes, one of our 7 Valley locations is ready and waiting to save the day. So you can get in, get out, get better, quick. UMC Quick Care.
Every year we reunite our trauma patients, those who really weren't expected to survive their injuries, with a team who helped save their life. In partnership with Caesars Palace, we host the Trauma Survivor Celebration, a wonderful chance to reunite our patients with the team who saved their life. Clark County Commissioners, UMC board members, including our chairman of the board, John O'Reilly, and Las Vegas Mayor Carolyn Goodman all join us to celebrate life, hope, and miracles. At this year's celebration, it was also recognized as Dr. John Files Day, our chief of trauma, honored by Mayor Goodman for his tireless commitment to UMC trauma and for caring for our community. Also during the event, our Vice Chief of Trauma, Dr. Douglas Fraser, noted just how many lifesavers it takes for a patient to have a good recovery from a life-threatening injury. Take a look.
And Vegas is a city of numbers. You know, you hope the right number pops up and cash in or different things. And some numbers are very impressive, and other numbers are small but pretty important. So I know Mason's not here, as Mr. O'Reilly mentioned, and he's off serving this country. But to give you an idea for numbers, that's impressive. He has a 541-bed hospital. He has that staffed 24 hours a day at each of those beds for 365 days. So that's 4.7 million staffing hours he's responsible for. So to make sure each bed has a nurse that's able to take care of a patient there. Our mayor here, she's probably very in tune to the number of visitors Las Vegas has. 43 million, I think, probably getting closer to higher. That's 117,000 a day. So that's a pretty impressive number. And then there's some smaller numbers, like the number of exit signs that are in this room, you know, 6. Not a big a number, but they become pretty important if you need them, right? So speaking on that and going off of what Dr. Files, main point really, which far as is giving thanks and giving back to everybody that's been involved in care. There's another number that I have, which is 77. And, whether that's lucky enough in Vegas, lucky sevens, but I'm just going to give you a breakdown of that number real quick. And, if you can just tolerate me for a second here. But each survivor that has come in has been touched and had the ability to have them sitting here with us today because of 77 different individuals that were ready to go at a moment's notice. And that began with the first person that called 911. Right? That's one person right there, and who do they call? A dispatcher. That's another person. So that dispatcher took that call and dispatched officers. We have Metropolitan Police Department here that risk their lives every day, that respond usually for a severe trauma. And then the fire department. We have Dr. Slattery here, and I think Chief might have stepped out to do some heroic work, but so they have an engine crew of 4 members. Then you have your rescuers for 2 that will show up. Then you have the ambulance shows up with another 2 EMTs, and then they phone into our telemetry nurse, and then they'll take report. Then you have a unit clerk there that's going to page out the trauma team. At that moment, you have that person talks to the operator, another person ready to go, so talks to the operator. We have security that will be dispatched to secure the trauma center for the inbound trauma. We have 2 trauma nurses. We have the respiratory therapist that will come over, which is usually 1, and then some of our C-STARS program. You have your lab technician ready to go. You have your 2 x-ray techs, one to put the plate there, the other one take the picture. I'm just kind of revisioning every trauma call I'm going through. I had to write these down. Pharmacist, you have a pharmacist and a resident standing by to give drugs. You have the trauma residents, which is usually 2. You have another 2 medical students. You have your trauma fellow that's overseeing it, and then the Dr. Files is a trauma attending overseeing all this simultaneously. You have your anesthesiologist that shows up. You have a blood bank technician. You have a radiologist that's going to read these films and report back these acute findings right away to us. You'll have the CT tech that's in charge of making sure we get our CAT scan done in time. You have your TICU charge nurse that will pop in the CAT scan and say, is this one for us, and should I start mobilizing the ICU? So that you have the OR scrub nurse. You have the OR scrub tech, a circulator, anesthesia tech, and then now you're in the operating room. After all that, we get the patient over to the ICU. EVS comes in and gets the whole entire trauma area cleaned up and gets the operating room cleaned up, ready for the next one. We have transporters that are running blood back down and forth to the unit. We have the TICU day nurse. We have TICU night nurse. We have intensivists. You have the ICU fellow, 2 more ICU residents. You have the unit clerk there dispatching all of these orders and things we're doing. Numerous consultants, as you know, on average 2. You have your nutritionist, your speech therapist, your physical therapist, your occupational therapist, your case manager, social worker, nurse practitioner. Then you have a transporter that gets that patient up to the floor when they're doing better. Then you have the floor nurse, the floor night nurse, supervisors. Then you have 2 EMTs that come and transport them to rehab. And then you have the rehab physicians and some rehab nurses and some more rehab therapists. And then you're sitting here today. So I know that everybody kind of talks about, the trauma surgeon, the trauma team, but I mean, it's a team for a reason, because there's so many individuals that are involved in the reason why you're sitting here today. And I couldn't be prouder to be a part of that. And I know Dr. Files is, and Dr. Chestovich, and all of us that do trauma, and Dr. Lewis that's done it 20 plus years as well. God bless you.
On behalf of all of those people, the 77 and beyond that it takes for us to care for our patients, thank you for allowing us to take care of you. Thank you also for joining us for this edition of UMC Digest. We hope you enjoyed the stories that you saw and that it helps you remember how quickly life can change. For more information on UMC's Trauma Center, please go to our website, umcsn.com. You can also find us on Facebook and Twitter. We'll see you next time right here on Clark County Television. Until then, take care.
Preparing today reduces the consequences of a disaster tomorrow.
Clark County TV. TV for Clark County.
Coming up next on Clark County Chronicles, the newest pro sports team bounces into town. We'll introduce you to the Las Vegas Aces. A gigantic new solar project reflects one local company's commitment to renewable energy. And the county commissioners present their top priorities for the new year. Those stories and more coming up next on Clark County Chronicles. Hello, I'm Randy Swallow. Welcome to Clark County Chronicles. 2017 was a remarkable year in Clark County, with Major League professional sports and a thriving economy. And 2018 is expected to be a banner year by the 7-member Board of County Commissioners.
Yeah, my big thing that I want to continue to focus on in Clark County is development and jobs. I mean, we've done a lot. We've improved a lot in terms of Metro, in terms of our ratios that we have with Metro. We're going to have to add some people at the jail because we've had a little bit of a fallback there. People retired and we haven't replaced them. But we've got an adequate Metro force that just needs to be sustained at 2.0. So we'll have to probably do a little addition there. But the biggest thing I want to continue is development. We've got probably $15 to $18 billion worth of projects on the map for the next 5 to 7 years when you're talking about the stadium and the convention center, Resorts World, the Fontainebleau site. You know, all those are coming online, and it's going to make a big difference keeping those people working. And we've got to line up things after that. So Las Vegas is a flourishing place right now. We need to do more. Need to work on a little bit more housing because we're running into housing shortage for some of especially the entry-level buyers, the kids that are coming out of college. They're buying a house for the first time. So we've got work ahead of us, but things are looking good now. Well, we have to continue as it relates to this renewable energy front. I mean, there's no better state in the country than Nevada for solar. I mean, so we have sun. I don't know how many, 350 days a year, I'll bet, that we have sunshine, that you can produce energy from that. So I think we're seeing a development of that. I think it's going to continue to flourish as we move forward. You'll see more and more industries coming into that, but we've got to sell that power as well. So we've got to get more. I know some of the casinos have moved into this resort industry. Switch has done it. Others are moving into buying the solar energy, which will maintain our, help improve the environment, reduce the carbon footprint, and better for the entire community. The whole world benefits as a result of these type projects.
My goals still remain building community, making sure neighborhoods are safe, working with Metro on our Shot Spotter program, Pathways from Poverty with the kids. We're focusing on the area over by Cambridge and a little bit of Karen. The kids that go to Peterson Elementary as well as Orr. We're doing some community gardens over in the neighborhood, just trying to do things that actually clean things up and give kids healthy alternatives after school. We got hit really hard with that recession. So we're just starting to uptick, and the county itself has a larger budget than the state. And last year we only had $4.3 million total for all 7 of us to allocate to anything. We tried to add more code officers, so we're trying to make some incremental changes. I would say the bigger change is that the commission supported my plan to do a bonding in order to build more parks and recreation, because that's something definitely that our constituents want.
How are we going to do that, Commissioner?
We're going to do that through bonding, and we have the capacity there, so there should be no tax increase per se, but it lets us start to move forward in actual construction. So many of our parks have never been finished, such as Hollywood, Desert Breeze, so we need to complete our older parks and then make sure that some of the new ones that need to be really refurbished get that. It's like Lewis Family Park needs to be completely rebuilt, for example.
2018, I think, will be very fruitful, continuing on making sure our roadways are where they need to be and how safe they are, making sure that any growth is done with sensible growth, that we don't just put in masses of construction for the sake of masses of construction, making sure that people are heard, and that's always been very important to me. So I will continue 2018 as I have in the past to make sure the constituents are heard, that safety is a #1 priority throughout our county, and that we enjoy the lifestyles that we want with more parks, more open space, and those are important factors for the citizens. You know, there are some important factors that, because as you have the other growth, that commercial aspect and the amenities that it brings is very important. So making sure that that's done smart. I think you have to always do something that's constructive, that's diligent, that meets the needs, that you're not doing something just because. And I do think that's very important.
There's a real sense that we're past the recession. We're seeing it in so many different areas in the community, and looking back over the last 20 years, I think we're on the verge again of a transformation in Las Vegas. We're seeing it with the gaming industry. When you see what Caesars has done with the Link and MGM has done with the park, a whole different dynamic where gaming, true gambling, is now less than 40% of the revenue on the Strip. That entertainment and shopping and dining, 10 years ago people wouldn't have seen that. That's part of it. Professional sports. We certainly have had, for 35 years, a AAA affiliate, the Las Vegas 51. So we've had professional baseball here. But now comes the NHL and the Golden Knights. Record-setting expansion. You have the Raiders, the stadium under construction. The WNBA just announced at Mandalay. You have infrastructure. You know, we were fortunate enough last election cycle to pass question 5, which was fuel revenue. We now, over the next 10 to 15 years, have all the money we need to invest in our streets and highways, our beltways. NDOT will be working on I-15 and US 93. So money is not an object now. That investment translates not only to a higher quality of life, but certainly the creation of jobs. When you look at the $3.5 billion that we'll invest in infrastructure over the next decade, the $1.9 billion Raiders Stadium, Las Vegas Stadium, the expansion at the convention center, $1.4 billion. These are opportunities that hopefully local workers will have careers. And it's the next generation, the next chapter in the evolution of Las Vegas. And I really think timing-wise, from the county and our sister cities, the decisions we make over the next few years, including in 18, will dictate what this community looks like in 20 to 25 years. I really feel strongly that critical decisions are going to be made the next few years.
We're excited for 2018. We have a lot of things that we're working on. First and foremost, public safety is always a top priority for us, and we are working with our new pilot projects that we have out there. Many folks have heard about ShotSpotter. It's going really well. Plus our community policing, working across the entire valley with the captains across 3 different areas. So secondly, illegal dumping is a big issue in District B, and so we are working to come up with some new ideas. We have some pilot projects that we're going to be rolling out after the first of the year to see if we can't curb some of it, as well as some education components. And then lastly, the fun stuff is always being able to build new parks. We have the equestrian park, we have the Bob Price Park, we have some improvements out in our more rural areas. So we have a little bit of something for everybody that 2018 will be exciting to see those shovels get going.
I think 2018 brings us real opportunity to recover further, to do some things a little differently from how we've done them in the past. And I think overall, there's a lot of promise for all of us in Clark County with the new year. We have a project, the Ballard project on Las Vegas Boulevard, that will further, the term is harden the area. And what that really means is that it'll make pedestrian travel along the boulevard safer. The thriving, energetic pedestrian movement along the Las Vegas Strip is a key ingredient to a successful Strip experience. We're committed to only making that better and stronger. We experienced such a downturn during that economic collapse that many of the public work maintenance projects were delayed. You take, for instance, just one of many, you take Sunset Park. There are playing surfaces there, basketball and tennis and volleyball surfaces that have needed to be repaired and maintained. And in some cases, the entire facilities are out of service because we didn't have the resources to do that. The Marketplace soccer fields over at Russell and Eastern are two of the most heavily booked and highly demanded for service parks that we have, and those parks are soccer fields. They'll get synthetic surface replacement, which we couldn't afford to do, and those we expect will be open during calendar year 2018. Horseman's Park, an incredible asset. We're going to be spending some money over there, and we're going to do things over there that will enable other uses and make it more appealing, and we think that there will be lots of local use and lots of tourism. So there are all kinds of things that are happening that are in many cases deferred maintenance projects that have needed to be done for some time, and we're proud to be able to do something about them now. And we've begun approving funds for these projects. We've approved largely the entire set of projects that I've just described for you, and they'll be happening in 2018. Hopefully we can get off of drawing boards and get through the bidding process and actually get into construction, get things happening on the ground that people can see. At the end of the day, it's all about quality of life, whether you're a resident here or a visitor here. And our commitment, I believe, as I listen to my colleagues and as I feel my own way through a new assignment, we're committed to improving the quality of life across Clark County for both the resident and the visitor. I see that happening in 2018.
I think for me, to work more closely in the system that we can get that number of 3,300 down, getting more kids into safe, loving homes. Open hearts, open homes, full of love. That's what we need for these kids. And then one of my goals really is to see a more cohesive Nevada, if you will. I'll be stepping in the role as NACO president, and so working with county commissioners statewide. I just think a more collaborative effort of understanding that we're all in this thing together. And so if we can get ourselves together here on a local level here in Southern Nevada, I think it wouldn't be that difficult to see us make a dent in what's going on in all of Nevada, opposed to working the North against the South. Let's come on one accord. When we can get our constituents back to work and get them with some good paying jobs with livable wages and benefits, that's a great sign for our tax bases, because we so need that so very much. And then to be able to, just really help our children get more engaged and more involved, opposed to leaving kids home by themselves and sitting them in front of a TV all day. Get them up, get them active, and get them out. So I just think that there are so many things that we can do Clark County-wise to just really make a big difference. We're going to continue to sell our story, and we're going to tell our story. We're going to continue to let folks know when you come to Las Vegas is just not a tourist destination, it's a final destination. And when you come here, that old thing, and we won a lot of awards by saying what happens here stays here. No, We don't want it to stay here. We want you to take it back with you and spread it all around the world, that when you come to Las Vegas, whether you're coming for shopping or a sporting event or the great restaurants or some of the great sites like Red Rock, Lake Mead, Mount Charleston, Springs Preserve, whatever the case might be, we're a community with a lot of things going on. Clark County got a lot of things going on.
Clark County is one of the sunniest places on the planet, and a new solar project in Apex provides renewable energy for this company, local technology giant Switch. Former Senator Harry Reid led a delegation of renewable energy executives, technology leaders, and Commission Chair Steve Sisolak in flipping the switch, activating the Switch Station solar project. With more than 300 sunny days a year, Clark County is an ideal location for solar energy. The tech infrastructure company Switch will use those rays to reflect their commitment to using local, renewable energy resources.
The Internet of Everything uses a lot of power. A lot of power. And even though Switch's patented technology allows us to sustain the Internet more efficiently than other data centers, we still need a lot of power. Power is foundational to our growth, to data, to the Internet.
Owned by EDF Renewable Energy and JP Morgan, and developed by First Solar, this sustainable energy project consists of nearly 2 million photovoltaic panels stretched across an area of almost 1,800 acres. Those sun-soaking panels provide 179 megawatts to Switch, which operates enormous collection data centers in Clark County, many located in Commission District A.
This has just been an evolution with renewable green energy, and Switch is leading the charge. I mean, they've been absolutely incredible to have the commitment to go 100% renewable. I mean, they're investing an incredible amount of money and resources in Southern Nevada to make this possible, and it says a lot about who they are and what their business model is.
In the past decade, Nevada has tripled its in-state renewable energy production, with developments like the Switch Solar project leading the way, and many more planned for the future. We must take a short break, but when we come back, we'll introduce you to the Las Vegas Aces. This is Clark County Chronicles.
Since 2011, more than 400 pedestrians have been killed in Nevada. That's 400 mothers, fathers, children, friends, and neighbors whose lives were taken on our roads. It's an epidemic in our state, and only you can help us stop it. It's your responsibility. Make the right choice. Watch out for each other on our roads.
The threat of terror may be real, but alert citizens can save lives. At Southern Nevada's Fusion Center, multiple police and partnering agencies work round the clock to prevent crime. Citizen calls to the local See Something, Say Something hotline come here.
Everyday people living and working in our community are critical in our fight against crime and terrorism. If you see something that doesn't look right or feel right, trust your instincts.
Be ready to report who or what you saw, where you saw it, and what made the activity suspicious. If you see something, say something.
The more pet-friendly our community becomes, the more important it is to make sure your pet is up to date on its vaccinations. Vaccines help prevent many contagious diseases that can be fatal for pets. Your dog or cat can be susceptible to diseases if it is outdoors at all, socializes with other animals, or travels with you. Annual rabies shots are required, but several other vaccines are strongly recommended within the first 6 to 8 weeks of your pet's life. Boosters are also needed. Don't wait. Talk to your vet today. Let's keep our pets safe, healthy, and happy.
The Clark County Assessor's Office is required by Nevada state law to discover, list, and value every single property in the county every year. This year, Nevada state certified appraisers have determined the taxable value of more than 728,000 parcels in Clark County, everything from aircraft and vacant land to commercial and agricultural properties. Of course, the majority of their appraisals, more than 631,000, are residential parcels, condos, apartments, houses. In other words, your home. The taxable value of property is the current market value of the land added to the current replacement cost of buildings minus depreciation. All owners of real or personal property in Clark County are required to pay taxes based on the assessed value of their property. The Clark County Assessor's Office determines the assessed value based on a ratio of 35% of the taxable value. Start checking your mailbox. A notice of value card will be delivered to property owners by December 18th. If you don't receive a notice of value card, don't worry. All property values, including yours, can be found directly on the Assessor's Office website at www.clarkcountynv.gov/assessor. Once you receive your notice of value card, you should be looking at two things. First, whether the taxable value has exceeded the market or full cash value of the property. And second, to ensure the Assessor's Office has valued your home to similarly situated properties. If you have an issue with either of those, you should start what is called the appeal process.
Assessor's Office, may I help you?
The Assessor's Office encourages you to contact them and is a valuable resource in answering your questions and assisting you with appeal information, forms, and instructions. Their telephone number is 702-455-4997. English and Spanish-speaking appraisal experts are also available at the Assessor's Office on the second floor of the Clark County Government Center, 500 Grand Central Parkway. Nevada revised statute sets the annual deadline to file an appeal. This season's deadline to appeal with the County Board of Equalization is January 16th, 2018. You must be the actual property owner to file an appeal. However, if you wish someone to file for you, a family member, an attorney, or a realtor, for example, a letter of authorization must be filed with the Assessor's Office. And now that you've filed your appeal, you will be scheduled to appear here and present your position to the Clark County Board of Equalization.
What quantification?
The members of the County Board of Equalization are appointed by the Clark County Board of Commissioners. They are citizens of the community and are not employees of the Assessor's Office. The BOE hearings are considered formal proceedings and must comply with Nevada open meeting laws. But don't worry, a member of the board will explain this and present the standard protocol prior to your appearance. And finally, the board will make a ruling based on your appeal of property value, not on the property taxes or your ability to pay them. Prior to appearing before the BOE, you are encouraged to do some homework on your property. And one of the best tools is right on your computer, the Assessor's Office website. Go to their property records search and then choose the neighborhood sales tool. Property owners should prepare documented evidence to support their position. For example, verify characteristics of your home, including the number of bedrooms and baths, square footage, other specifics such as whether you have a garage, a swimming pool or spa, and any other added improvements. The old real estate adage of location, location, location is vital too. Research the best sales of your comparable neighborhood properties most similar to your own. The Assessor's website is useful. The most recent sales of properties can be found on the website listed under Property Records. All this evidence will help support your position, and as the petitioner, the burden of proof to reduce your property's valuation is on you or your representative. During every BOE hearing, a deputy district attorney will provide legal counsel to the board, and the clerk will keep the official minutes. You will have to present your case, and the board will typically make a decision immediately following your testimony. The decisions reached by the board are in place for 1 year only, and every property will be reappraised by the Assessor's Office for the next fiscal cycle. So remember these dates. December 18th, 2017, all notice of value cards will be mailed to all county property owners. January 16th, 2018. That is the deadline to file an appeal with the County Board of Equalization. Throughout the months of January and February, the County Board of Equalization meets to hear taxpayer appeals. And March 10th, 2018, if you disagree with the County Board of Equalization, you are welcome to appeal to the State Board of Equalization. If you have any questions regarding the appeal process, contact the Assessor's Office at 702-455-4997 or visit their webpage at www.clarkcountynv.gov/assessor. Clark County's newest indoor pool is now open year-round, with public lessons, water aerobics, and public swimming available 6 days a week here at Aquatic Springs.
Okay, so on the count of three, we're going to...
Commissioner Susan Brager, Howard Hughes executives, and County Parks and Recreation staffers helped snip the ribbon,
2, 3.
signaling the official opening of the Aquatic Springs indoor pool. This place features a massive lap pool with a handicap access ramp. A special synchronized swimming demonstration by a Nevada Desert Mermaid was part of the opening ceremonies. This unique aquatic center is the only one in Clark County with a climbing wall, and an inflatable pool slide and obstacle course offers an extra splish-splash of fun. Another exclusive experience available at Aquatic Springs is the opportunity to rent the entire facility for private, personal use. With entrance fees ranging from free to just $3, this place is a fantastic family bargain.
We have a proclamation for you that states Francesca Ramirez has named the new indoor pool at Fest Park is named Aquatic Springs. So we have this for you.
Commissioner Brager recognized the contest winner, Francesca Ramirez, who created the name of the facility, Aquatic Springs. The pool is located at 7025 South Fort Apache Road near the Wet n Wild facility. For more information on all 14 Clark County pools, visit the Parks and Rec page at clarkcountynv.gov. "2017 brought Major League Sports to Clark County, and the next pro franchise will bounce into town over here at the Mandalay Bay Event Center in just a few months. With an assist from some Cirque du Soleil performers, the newest attraction on the Strip was introduced to the public, the Las Vegas Aces of the Women's National Basketball Association. The Aces will hit the court with a brand new nickname, team colors, and owners.
Welcome to the WNBA family. We're excited to have you join us.
WNBA President Lisa Borders recognized the commitment by MGM Resorts International, which owns the team. The Aces will play 17 home games at the Mandalay Bay Event Center. The franchise was formerly the San Antonio Stars and will be coached by basketball legend Bill Laimbeer.
We look forward to seeing your team play, and we look forward to seeing all the exciting things that the MGM family is going to bring to the league. Somebody say amen. Thank you. Welcome all.
We have a city hungry for professional sports and jumping to support our teams with tremendous amount of energy. We're a company committed to attracting new events, giving visitors around the globe reasons to come to Las Vegas. And we want to work with people we like, who share our values and our mission, and I think we have found them. So when Lisa Borders came calling to tell us the NBA's San Antonio Spurs were up for sale and we're looking for a new home, it didn't take much for Jim to say we're in.
Alex Tuck will take it away for the Golden Knights.
The Aces join the Vegas Golden Knights hockey team as the latest major professional sports franchise to call Clark County home and to perform on the Las Vegas Strip.
You could not be in a better town if you're a sports fan than Las Vegas right now. We've got so much going on. It's an incredible town to live in, and we appreciate the efforts that MGM has made.
The Aces begin play in May. For more information on the team, schedule, and season tickets, visit WNBA.com/Las Vegas. Well, that's our show. For more information on anything you've seen on this program or anything relating to your Clark County government, visit our website at clarkcountynv.gov. On behalf of all of us here at Clark County Television, I'm Randy Swallow. We'll see you again next time here on Clark County Chronicles.
Hi, I'm Ed Burgess Taylor, part of the Clean Water team at the Clark County Water Reclamation District. We're asking all our residents in our community to be a part of the Clean Water team by properly disposing of kitchen grease. Never pour grease down the drain. It can clog the pipes in your home, yard, or street. Instead, simply crumble up some newspaper or a paper towel and place it in a can. Then pour in the grease. After it cools, just throw it away. Remember, don't pour grease down the drain, just can it.
Brought to you by the Clark County Water Reclamation District.
When there's snow, Mount Charleston gets thousands of visitors. Traffic can block the highway. Snowplows can't get through. People play too close to the roads and emergency vehicles can't get through. It becomes a public safety hazard.
To make the most of your visit, plan ahead. Visit GoMountCharleston.com for news and information or call 511 to make sure the highway is clear. Go to Lee Canyon for skiing and snow play. Dress warmly, don't sled near roads or trees, and don't leave any litter behind. Help keep our winter wonderland safe and clean for everyone to enjoy.
Did you know there are over 1,000 miles of trails here in Southern Nevada? Without knowing where to find them or what to expect, it can be hard to enjoy one of the best reasons to live in Southern Nevada. The Neon to Nature program, found at neontonature.org, is an online map tool that helps you locate walking and hiking trails throughout the valley. You can search the map for detailed information about each trail, including location and length, surface type, level of difficulty, and trail photos. So get out, find a trail, and explore new places at neontonature.org.
If you think one piece of litter doesn't matter, think again. When it rains, trash on our streets, sidewalks, and desert areas all go somewhere, like down our washes or through our flood channels. And some of it gets stuck, polluting our prettiest places. Worse yet, it all ends up in Lake Mead, the source of the water we drink. Do your part. Eliminate litter. Keep Clark County clean. For more information, log on to clarkcountynv.gov.
This is Clark County Television, CCTV 4.
Hello and welcome to Flight Path. I'm Chris Jones, Chief Marketing Officer at McCarran International Airport. It's been another busy year in terms of passenger volume at the airport, but there's much more to McCarran than numbers. Here's a look at some outreach activities in which we participated that didn't make the headlines.
As gateway to Las Vegas for nearly half of all visitors, providing the best customer experience possible is a top priority.
I believe customer service is critical at the airport because we're the first and last look of Las Vegas. You know, to us, we're the airport, but to our visitors, we're part of Las Vegas. And that is what they're coming for, and that's what we hope brings them back. The airport is made up of so many different agencies, so many different pieces, but to our customer, they want a seamless experience. And by putting in this customer service culture, that provides them that smooth, efficient experience.
As part of the MAZE program, each year the Department of Aviation recognizes 2 employees who have gone above and beyond to provide outstanding customer service.
You're the unsung heroes of the tourism industry.
This year's winners were treated to a surprise visit by former Mayor Oscar Goodman, who recognized them for their achievements as hospitality heroes. The Voices of Vegas program enhances customer service by extending the Las Vegas experience to the airport through music.
Look me a lady tonight.
In addition to playing Vegas-only music all the time, the program includes live performances featuring a variety of musical genres.
No city in America depends more than Las Vegas on aviation and the promotion and travel and tourism.
Maintaining relationships and keeping up on the latest industry trends is vital to securing additional air service to Las Vegas and meeting customer service expectations.
We're the #2 O&D origin and destination airport in the nation. We pride ourselves on that.
In 2017, airport staff participated in hosting Routes Americas, the American Association of Airport Executives Conference, and the Boyd Aviation Forecast Summit.
It is absolutely crucial to stay on top of the industry. We are such a dynamic, ever evolving industry in aviation. And so we need to send our staff to worldwide type of conferences to keep up on the industry. Not only do we learn, we get to share what we're doing at McCarran, and we always have a lot of interest in that.
In support of Las Vegas's tourism-driven economy, the airport was pleased to welcome newcomer Eurowings to the lineup. The low-cost German carrier offered nonstop seasonal flights between Las Vegas and Cologne from June through October. On the domestic front, Delta, Spirit, and Frontier Airlines also contributed to record-breaking growth. October 2017 was McCarran's busiest month ever. McCarran is the economic engine that drives this dynamic destination, but helping those in need on a local level is just as important as helping to fill hotel rooms with visitors from around the world.
We have a community enrichment team here at the Department of Aviation, which I think is just a crucial element of us, the airport staff, going out to the community and helping and volunteering. But it has had really a dual type of benefit. The employees work side by side with each other, where they just don't normally get to in the course of their regular shift. And it just is such a feel-good and wonderful activity to help the community, regardless of what it is.
This year, the Community Enrichment Team donated time and talent on their off hours to charitable organizations, including the Shade Tree Shelter, Ronald McDonald House, and the Miracle League of Las Vegas. In addition, approximately 40 employees and their family members from landside operations volunteered at Spring Mountain Ranch to paint fences and realign rocks on the walking trails.
Right on the runway, look at that.
For the 5th year in a row, airlines, concessions, and other airport tenants joined the Department of Aviation at Paper Plane Palooza. With help from airport mentors, youth from the Boys and Girls Clubs of Southern Nevada created paper airplanes and competed in distance and accuracy throws.
This is the best plane ever because I threw it and it went so far.
Food and fun was had by everyone, and each child went home with much-needed school supplies.
Nothing like competition amongst the entire airport team, our tenants, ourselves, the airlines, that help the kids really get introduced to aviation, and the generosity of our tenants and our airlines that supply the children with back-to-school needs.
Come on, Dad! Hi!
McCarran International Airport, Allegiant Airlines, and the Arc of the United States co-hosted the first Wings for Autism in Las Vegas.
What's your name? Logan! My name's Joey.
The event gave more than 300 future travelers the opportunity to experience traveling by air in a safe and realistic environment.
They go inside and they find their seat, so they're all now looking for their seat.
This year, more than 25 team members visited nearby Gene Ward Elementary School for Nevada Reading Week.
Reading is a valuable skill because it's fundamental. You have to know how to do it no matter what you choose to do in life.
Exposing students to careers in aviation while encouraging them to stay in school and study hard is also an airport tradition.
I personally love it because we get to talk about the airport. We get to introduce them to the whole aviation industry. I share with them how much we have to read a day, what the pilots have to read each and every day, what an airline ticket agent has to read each and every day. So reading is an essential factor for education and for growth.
If you notice on the wheels of that aircraft, there's all fans on it because they're cooling the breeze.
McCarran also hosted a behind-the-scenes tour for a group of high school students participating in the University of Nevada, Las Vegas's Summer Transportation Institute program.
I never knew that the airport ran like this, like everything is so organized.
The visit emphasized the importance of aviation to the local economy and enlightened students about the variety of potential careers within the industry.
The airport's primary objective will always be to help visitors get to and from Southern Nevada by air as safely and efficiently as possible, while providing a customer experience on par with the city we're privileged to serve. But at its core, the airport is about people helping people.
In response to the tragic events of 1 October, the airport was able to provide its shuttle buses to help transport concert goers to nearby aid centers.
On behalf of Clark County Fire Department, Metropolitan Police, TSA, Honor Guard, welcome to Las Vegas. Thank you for your service.
Vegas strong!
The airport also facilitated the annual Salute to the Troops, a celebration where wounded service members are flown on a special American Airlines charter flight to Las Vegas for an all-expenses-paid experience of a lifetime. Year's End saw the return of the student choir from nearby Doris French Elementary School to help kick off the holiday season at the airport.
McCarran is an important part of the local, national, and global community. It's a hub that connects countries and commerce, a portal that bridges passengers and places, and that's why people will always be at the heart of our mission.
Nearly 100 aircraft were on static display at Henderson Executive Airport as part of this year's NBAA Business Aviation Convention and Exhibition. The premier trade show is a can't-miss event. Here's what happened.
The National Business Aviation Association, or NBAA, is the leading organization for companies that rely on general aviation aircraft to help make their businesses more efficient, productive, and successful. The NBAA Convention and Exhibition brings industry leaders together in Las Vegas to conduct business, purchase aircraft, and make decisions about the future of general aviation. And this year, they also help the association celebrate its milestone 70th anniversary.
It draws in a lot of traffic. We have 96 aircraft on static display. Also brings about 100 other business aircraft into the airport. It has a $24 million economic impact. It brings in premier business jets, business jet owners, gives them a chance to get together, have discussions about safety and efficiency.
As Clark County's premier general aviation facility, Henderson Executive Airport is the perfect place to host a portion of the world's largest civil aviation trade show with a static display. During the show, part of the airport ramp was transformed into an airplane showroom, featuring rows of aircraft from multiple manufacturers that often use the venue to showcase their newest products. The static display allows buyers from around the globe to evaluate a wide spectrum of options in person and in one location.
Henderson is a spectacular airport for this particular event. Closely located to downtown Las Vegas, truly professional team of people. But you know, Las Vegas has always been a great place for us to host this convention. It's very much a pro-business atmosphere. There's great infrastructure. There's a lot of energy here.
In addition to the outdoor display at Henderson, the three-day event showcases some of the latest technological advancements in aviation and boasts more than 1,000 exhibits at the Las Vegas Convention Center.
The National Business Aviation Association is the world's largest event for business aviation operators. We have over 12,000 companies in the United States that rely on business aviation to meet at least some portion of their transportation challenges. Once a year, we all come together and celebrate the new products and technologies that are part of this magnificent industry.
The NBAA Business Aviation Convention and Exhibition has something for everyone. For manufacturers and exhibitors, the show attracts high-end clientele and potential buyers from around the world. For Las Vegas, the convention means 30,000 visitors and an economic boost to the local economy of more than $20 million. For attendees, Southern Nevada is the perfect location for this type of convention.
It's always the latest and greatest in technology, cutting edge, you see it here, and the weather here is perfect.
Planning the event takes more than a year, with nearly a week and a half of construction and setup required just to put all the aircraft and temporary structures in place. Meanwhile, Henderson Executive Airport remains open for business.
The conference also highlights the value of general aviation to the local community and helps generate repeat business for Las Vegas and Henderson Executive Airport.
To provide additional retail options for McCarran customers, new shops are coming to the D-Gates. Here's what customers can expect to see when the project's completed.
Known as the Runway Shops, the new retail area will provide customers a more diverse retail mix with newer trending brands.
5 new retail outlets will be located in the D-Gates Rotunda and will be easily accessible from both Terminal 1 and Terminal 3. 4 stores will feature brands that are new to McCarran. McCarran customers can purchase the popular plastic wrist watches at the new Swatch kiosk. The clean and simple store concept will let the bright colors and creative designs of the unique Swiss-made timepieces shine. Edgy Urban Decay will also join the McCarran lineup, offering customers a variety of cosmetics ranging from award-winning eyeliners to smudge-proof mascaras. Contemporary apparel boutique M. Frederick boasts a wide range of stylish, trendy apparel and accessories for women, men, and children in an eclectic yet warm and welcoming ambiance. Fifth and Sunset sells a variety of stylish eyewear for the outdoors. Tech on the Go will expand its offerings at McCarran with another location at the Runway Shops, where customers can find an array of electronics for travelers, from headphones and chargers to cell phone accessories and MP3 players. Work on the $1.5 million project began in August 2017 when power, data, and fire suppression capabilities were added. When the retail area is completed, customers will enjoy a fresh mix of stores that are easy to get to for a quick peek or extended browsing experience.
Automated screening lanes were recently installed at Terminal 3 security checkpoint. These new lanes have been upgraded with state-of-the-art technology that enhances security and improves the customer experience.
Automated screening lanes are an innovative technology that enhances the passenger screening process.
3 lanes have been converted at the Terminal 3 security checkpoint. Passengers start the process by showing the TSA officer their boarding pass and identification.
Then the passenger will be directed to one of these spaces where an empty bin will automatically dispense below the stainless steel countertop. Several passengers can place their items in bins simultaneously. The bins are 25% larger and are able to hold a rolling bag. Unique radio frequency identification, RFID tags, are attached to each bin, allowing for additional accountability of travelers' carry-on property as they move throughout the security screening process.
My favorite part is on the security perspective. It's having the RFID tags and understanding which bag is which as it goes through the system. On an efficiency perspective, it's the multiple divest. Allows folks to not wait behind that person who is trying to get their stuff through the system.
Once a passenger has placed all of their items in the bin, they simply push it back to the automated conveyor belt, which moves bins into the X-ray machine. The new lanes can automatically divert any carry-on bag that may contain prohibited items to a separate location. This allows other travelers' belongings to continue through the screening process uninterrupted.
It makes improvements in multiple areas that really allow our officers to have better tools, better equipment, so that we have improved security, but we also get improved efficiency. And that's the combination. We want to be more effective and more efficient.
A camera takes a photograph of each bin and links it to the X-ray image, which helps speed up the process if the bag is diverted to a secondary inspection. Finally, the automated conveyor belt returns the empty bins to the front of the security checkpoint for the process to begin again.
Automated screening lanes are in use at airports across the United States. McCarran partnered with the TSA when exploring this state-of-the-art checkpoint technology that enhances efficiencies while decreasing the amount of time travelers spend in the security screening process.
Terminal 1 has some new sparkle and shine thanks to a modernization project in ticketing and baggage claim. Here's a look at the finished results.
To enhance our passengers' overall travel experience, a multi-million-dollar project modernized the facilities at Terminal 1. Outside, improvements on the departures curb include metallic skycap podiums along with new doors and entryways. Inside, Terminal 1's ticketing areas were transformed into a lighter, brighter lobby with new terrazzo floors and decorative column treatments. A new restroom, conveniently located in the center, was also added. New in-floor electrical ductwork increases McCarran's ability to support self-service kiosks. Easy-to-read signage, new ticket counters, updated finishes, and a fresh coat of white paint on the walls and ceilings round out the improvements which will better serve our travelers.
It really enhances the customer experience. It's a great first impression for our customers. Every podium now has their own scale, which helps expedite customer processing.
In baggage claim, an intricate mosaic was added, showcasing the iconic landmarks that have defined the Las Vegas skyline, both past and present. The Terminal 1 improvements are just one more way the airport strives to be on par with the entertainment capital of the world McCarran Airport is so proud to serve.
To reach out to our growing number of Hispanic customers, each episode of Flight Path features a segment in Spanish with English subtitles. Here's Gabriela Muro to tell us more about how ride-sharing works at McCarran.
El viaje compartido se ha convertido en un método popular de transporte. Mediante el uso de aplicaciones para teléfonos móviles, las compañías de redes de transporte conectan a los clientes con los conductores que brindan viajes utilizando sus propios vehículos.
Tanto Uber como Lyft están autorizados para proporcionar servicios de viaje compartido en McCarran, lo que brinda a los pasajeros otra opción para llegar y salir del aeropuerto.
El uso de los servicios de viaje compartido en McCarran es simple. Primero, recoja sus maletas de equipaje y luego siga los letreros que dicen Rideshare en el lugar de recogida designado. En el Terminal 1, el lugar designado se encuentra en el nivel 2M del garaje de estacionamiento. Desde el reclamo de equipaje, tome el ascensor cerca de la puerta 2 hasta el nivel 2. Cruce el puente de peatones al garaje de estacionamiento y tome el ascensor al nivel 2M. El área de recogida en el Terminal 3 está ubicada en el nivel de ballet del estacionamiento. Desde la reclamación de equipaje, tome el elevador cerca de la puerta 52, 54 o 56 hasta el nivel 1 y cruce el puente peatonal hacia el garaje y tome el ascensor hacia el ballet. Simplemente use la aplicación en su dispositivo móvil para solicitar un conductor que lo recibirá en un puesto de estacionamiento alfanumérico designado. Los pasajeros que consiguen transporte al aeropuerto pueden ser dejados en las salidas del Terminal 1 o el Terminal 3. Por supuesto, taxis, limusinas y autobuses están disponibles para el transporte de pasajeros que necesitan transportación.
Para una lista completa de servicios de transporte en el aeropuerto, visite mccarran.com y seleccione transporte.
To provide on-the-go mothers a private place to breastfeed or pump while at the airport, McCarran recently installed several nursing suites. Here's a look at this new amenity.
The 32-square-foot modular suites were purchased from Mamava, a Vermont-based company dedicated to transforming the culture of breastfeeding.
The portable pods give traveling mothers a quiet, clean, and comfortable place to breastfeed or pump and are conveniently located in Terminal 1 and Terminal 3.
We're always trying to improve customer experience for our passengers and guests that are coming through the airport, and this is just another way that we can enhance that.
The suites are equipped with mechanical smart locks. To access the suite, simply download the Mamava app or call the McCarran service desk. Once inside, a deadbolt lock ensures privacy while indicating whether the suite is occupied or available for use. All suites feature a table perfectly suited for a breast pump and 2 benches to comfortably accommodate a mom, her luggage, children, partner, or other necessities. In addition, the suites have interior outlets and USB ports so moms can charge their phones, power a breast pump, or plug in any mobile device while relaxing.
This is something that provides a unique aspect of privacy for the mothers that are nursing. It allows them to get away from the sounds, the noise, and the distraction, and take care of everything they need to take care of.
For locations, visit McCarran.com and select Relax, then Nursing Suites under Airport Amenities.
The skyline of Las Vegas is ever-changing. We recently showed you the new FAA Air Traffic Control Tower, the second tallest in the United States. That state-of-the-art structure made the old facility obsolete, so in true Vegas style, it had to come down. Let's take a look.
The old FAA tower has been an important part of McCarran's amazing growth. When it opened in 1983, the airport served 10.3 million passengers a year. Today, McCarran handles nearly 140,000 travelers, making Las Vegas's Gateway Airport one of the busiest in the country. To keep pace with growth, a new state-of-the-art tower opened in August 2016 and the outdated tower was decommissioned. The old air traffic control tower consisted of the control cab perched on top of 4 individual legs that contained stairs, an elevator, plumbing, and cable shafts. Crews began the multi-phase demolition in early March 2017. Tearing down the old structure was no easy task. The 180-foot tower was located on a small site surrounded by fence line, 2 elevated trams serving the C and D gates, and critical utilities. This meant the only viable way to demolish the tower was the same way it went up, 1 brick at a time. Once the antenna was removed, the cab was next to go. After waiting for favorable wind conditions, a carefully positioned crane did all the heavy lifting, slowly lowering the cab to the ground below. Next, a custom platform was put in place so the concrete blocks could be ground down. A black safety net was draped over the structure to catch any falling debris. The entire demolition was completed by the end of 2017. The only remnant of the iconic tower is a single-story base building that will be preserved for future use.
Feeling a little under the weather? Code 3 Urgent Care and Pharmacy, located in Terminal 1, has medical experts with specialized training to manage a variety of conditions.
Hi.
Hi, how can I help you?
I don't feel very good. Code 3 Urgent Care has board-certified emergency medicine practitioners who are available to provide the very best care. Located in Terminal 1 near the AB security checkpoint, the 1,500 square foot facility provides customers access to a variety of medical services.
We're a full service urgent care. We offer a lot of variety of services. So think of cough, cold, congestion, sore throat. We also offer great services such as B12 injections.
Code 3 Medical is open 7 days a week from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. to meet the needs of airport travelers and employees who work here. The facility features 2 exam rooms. Another room is set up for x-rays and sonograms.
Either a nurse practitioner or physician's assistant evaluates you, and we give you the best care possible here.
For passengers in need of a little extra care after a late night out on the town, Code 3 has an area where passengers can simply rest, relax, and rehydrate.
After having a rough night here in Vegas, we certainly utilize that room with a really nice, cushy recliner. You can get comfortable, kick your feet back, relax.
Should patients need a higher level of care, Code 3 partners with the Clark County Fire Department and others for transportation to nearby hospitals. Code 3 has pain relievers, diapers, baby formula, and a variety of other over-the-counter products available for purchase that can treat many common symptoms, or for passengers or employees who simply forgot a necessity. Antibiotics and other medicines prescribed by Code 3 medical experts during an office visit can also be dispensed, but the facility does not currently provide a full-service pharmacy. Code 3 accepts most major insurances, but it's not a requirement to be seen.
We do offer great cash pay services, very competitive.
Code 3 provides a valuable service for passengers and staff who need high quality yet cost-effective and efficient care. For more information, log on to McCarran.com.
Spectacular and unexpected displays of art help the Department of Aviation bring the destination to the airport. Perhaps nothing is more synonymous with Las Vegas than showgirls. So let's take a look at a colorful company of iconic entertainers that's a real people pleaser in Terminal 3.
Follies in Flight captures the vibrant and fabulous atmosphere of Las Vegas during the Golden Era and was inspired by a Folies Bergère production number from 1983 at the height of the show's popularity. Artist Terry Ritter's career as a former dancer and showgirl gave her unique backstage access and a personal perspective that's reflected in her art.
I was a dancer for 20 years on the Strip, so I just painted what I know. And we always have beautiful costumes, great colors, and sparkles and things like that always are part of showbiz, so, and Las Vegas. So that's what I paint.
With every saturated brushstroke of her modern impressionistic style, Terry brings each showgirl to life amid an eddy of swirling feathers and bejeweled headdresses. Ritter's talent as both a performer and fine artist beckons the viewer to the Las Vegas stage, where her dancers effortlessly move across the canvas.
I wanted to show the dancers moving through each other. And when you're on stage, we're moving, so it's really important for me to capture the movement. And that's what I try to do in a lot of my paintings.
The larger-than-life three-dimensional mural measuring 50 feet by 8 feet took Terry nearly 4 years to complete in her private studio. Ritter is very proud of her piece that welcomes international arriving passengers in the Customs and Border Protection area at Terminal 3.
I think it's very important, yeah, especially when they are coming to a new place they've never been, and Vegas is like no other place, you know. To me, I'm in awe whenever I see any artwork, and I really love it in the airports.
The bright blues and vivid yellows of Follies in Flight have immortalized the performers, producers, and choreographers who created the iconic lavish productions that were once a Las Vegas Strip staple. Today, Terry loves that the spirit and beauty of these legendary entertainers provide a sense of place for passengers at the airport.
I'm thrilled about having my artwork in the international airport because what I want to express was happiness, joy, camaraderie, and the sense of friendship. I want them to feel comfortable and excited and joyful and hopeful when they come to Las Vegas.
To learn more about this mural and other works of art at McCarran, visit our website at McCarran.com. Click Relax, then Airport Art.
Now you're ready to pack your bags and fly to the sky, so have a great trip. Remember to check us out on Facebook and follow us on Twitter, and use all the resources of our website, McCarran.com. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you next time on Flight Path.
The threat of terror may be real, but alert citizens can save lives. At Southern Nevada's Fusion Center, multiple police and partnering agencies work round the clock to prevent crime. Citizen calls to the local See Something, Say Something hotline come here.
Everyday people living and working in our community are critical in our fight against crime and terrorism. If you see something that doesn't look right or feel right, trust your instincts.
Be ready to report who or what you saw, where you saw it, and what made the activity suspicious. If you see something, say something.
The Opportunity Village Thrift Store needs your donations. Opportunity Village Thrift has a long-standing reputation for offering gently used items of the highest quality, and we need your help to continue this tradition. And best of all, your donations benefit individuals with disabilities in your community and put many of them to work in jobs they love. Call 383-5911 to schedule your free pickup. Opportunity Village. Good for your community. Good for you.
When there's snow on Mount Charleston, visitation soars. So do impacts to one of Southern Nevada's most precious outdoor spaces. Mount Charleston isn't a secret anymore. When it snows, it welcomes thousands of people each day. We all need to do our part to keep it safe and beautiful. Especially on weekends and holidays, the mountain can become too popular for its own good.
Traffic can block the highway, snowplows can't get through, people play too close to the roads, and emergency vehicles can't get through. It becomes a public safety hazard.
To make the most of your visit, plan ahead. Visit GoMountCharleston.com for news and information, or call 511 to make sure the highway is clear. For skiing and snow play, Lee Canyon is best. Remember, dress warmly, don't sled near roads or trees, and don't leave any litter behind. Help keep our winter wonderland safe and clean for everyone to enjoy.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, the best access to your local government.
Good morning. If I could ask everyone to please take their seats and clear the door. Good morning, Ms. King. I would like to call today's meeting for Tuesday, January 16th, 9 a.m. of the Board of County Commissioners to order.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. The first item is invocation, and we have Chaplain Victoria Camp from the Messages of Faith Ministry.
Chaplain, welcome.
For those who wish to bow their head and join in prayer, I pray. Almighty God, I come before you this day and ask for blessings upon the Clark County Board of Commissioners and the citizens of this great state, and for all those here today. I pray for wisdom and humbled hearts for those in leadership, thoughts of others, and a betterment for all those they serve. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Ms. King.
First item on the agenda is public comment.
This is the first time set aside